Welcome, regular session mayor and city council meeting, 6 p.m. Wednesday, January 7th, 2026, City Hall Council Chambers. Would you call this meeting to order? Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilwoman Parada.
Yes, sir.
Honor, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We got call to the public. Calypso Tapia, would you please come to the podium? State your name and address, please. Got 3 minutes.
Share screen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Calypso Tapia. I'm going to read directly from my statement. I'm here as a concerned community member and as the daughter of Hector Tapia, the Community Development Director, whose employment is on tonight's agenda. I want to be clear that I'm speaking on my own behalf, and I did not tell my father I would be here tonight. He would not be happy. Over the past 8 months since I moved here, I have watched many hours of council meetings. What I have observed is a concerning trend in professional conduct that deserves your attention before you consent to any recommended employment action. This is not about personalities. This is about whether our city offices are fostering a progressive, collaborative environment where people can do their jobs well and where innovation can thrive. Nogales is a bilingual community, and this council and this room reflects that. I'm asking you to pay attention to the tone coming from the city manager's office. In multiple public city council meetings, I've observed impatience and dismissive reactions towards staff who speak with thicker accents, who take an extra moment to find the right English words. That matters. Bilingual communication is not a deficiency, it's a superpower. It is public service and accessibility, and I urge you to be cautious about employment narratives that frame bilingual communication with the public as misconduct, because that approaches harms trust and undermines service in a bilingual city. I'm also asking you to pay attention to the broader pattern in these meetings. Over time, I have seen an increase in defensiveness, hostility, and excessive self-praise from the city manager in response to questions or critique. That style of leadership does not build trust or collaboration. It discourages honest communication and creates an environment where people focus on avoiding conflict instead of solving problems. I want to speak briefly about Hector. I'm asking you to consider what the public record shows here. He has been thanked and recognized by others in these meetings for his work and leadership. People who know him know he treats everyone with respect and kindness in public and behind closed doors, and he gives credit to others before he praises himself. That's the kind of leadership our city should value and emulate. Tonight, you're being asked to consent to the city manager's recommended course of action. I am asking you to require due diligence before your vote. Do not consent without a documented record, require specific facts with dates, directives, and evidence, and require that the employee has a fair opportunity to respond after reviewing that evidence. If that has not happened, I respectfully ask you to continue this item rather than consent tonight. I also urge you to request an independent HR review of workplace conduct and culture across city offices, including whether management's behavior has hindered employees' performance or contributed to a hostile environment. Council, you set the tone. Please use your authority to uphold professionalism, correct inappropriate behavior when it happens, and ensure every employee is treated with respect, regardless of accent, background, or position. This is how public trust is earned, and this is how Nogales succeeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Chris Young. Please come to the podium and state your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, public. My name is Chris Young. I'm Deputy County Manager for Santa Cruz County. And since Jesus Valdez will be presenting tonight, I thought I'd take the opportunity to present our new Community Development Director. His name is Colin Bishop. This year, we'll be doing a comprehensive plan, and obviously he'll be spearheading it, and Nogales is a big part of that. So I'm going to give Colin a few minutes to speak about himself and tell you about the type of things that he's going to be working on as Community Development Director.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and the public. As Chris said, my name's Colin Bishop. So I grew up in Arizona, in Lake Havasu, and for the last little over 2 decades, I've lived in Texas. And one of my goals was to come back to Arizona and be part of a vibrant community, because I deeply missed Arizona and my family missed Arizona. So I have 4 children, and they're all grown now. And so Santa Cruz County Community Development provided a great opportunity to come back. And through all the different experiences I've had over time and leadership positions I've been in both the public and the private sector, it was a great opportunity to come back and be part of a vibrant community and to help execute a vision of the citizens and the members in this area. So I have a lot of experience in both private sector and county and city government. And as Chris mentioned, part of the goal this year is to work on the comprehensive plan for Santa Cruz County, which has not been updated in a little over a decade, or about a decade. With that initiative, we'll also be looking at county ordinances and other things that can not only preserve and protect the vital interests of this area and the things that make it special, but also can provide a roadmap for the future. Because as you all are aware, our world is rapidly evolving and changing with technology and other things. And so instead of being fearful of that, it provides a great opportunity for us to all come together and find ways to enhance this area that we love so much. And so I'm thankful to be here and be part of the community, and I look forward to working with all of you, and my door is always open. So if any of you ever want to meet or you want to talk about anything or have ideas, I would love to hear about them and work collaboratively with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collin, and welcome.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. David Cavillo.
Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is David Calvillo, 392 Camino Brisa Sabonel in Rio Rico. I am a former employee of the city of Nogales, just left a couple weeks ago. I was the executive assistant to Mr. Joel Kramer, city manager for the city of Nogales. Mayor and council, city manager, department directors, city staff, and members of the community. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to have served as part of the incredible team our city manager has. It was truly an honor to work alongside our city manager and safety officer, Mr. Leo Lopez, who share a deep commitment to the success and the future of the city of Nogales. I'm especially thankful for the trust placed in me to serve our community directly, whether that meant answering questions of concerned residents that came into the lobby, or meeting with the residents one-on-one on a dirt road behind their homes. It has truly been one of the greatest honors of the time I was here working for the city of Nogales. It has also been an absolute pleasure to work alongside our department directors, some of which are here tonight. Not only that, but hardworking city employees who serve this community every single day. I would like to take a moment to quickly recognize our city manager, Mr. Joel Kramer. Having a front row seat to many of the decisions, the challenges, and the responsibilities that come with guiding the city has reiterated to me and solidified the fact that Mr. Kramer is the right leader for this moment in our city. Good things are happening. Things that hadn't happened in previous administrations with different mayors, different council members. Progress you can see, and momentum that continues to build. And much of that is a result of strong leadership from our city manager. Would also like to briefly address the mayor and council directly. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for welcoming me into the role I was able to serve in. I am grateful for the respect extended to me during my time here, almost a year at the city of Nogales. I would also respectfully encourage mayor and council to continue supporting the city manager you placed in this position over a year ago. The city manager must be able to manage the city and direct and manage his directors and employees without politics getting in the way. Mayor and council, I encourage you to continue valuing and supporting our good employees and directors, and trust that the city manager you appointed will address performance where it falls short. When strong leadership is empowered to lead, the city and the community it serves benefits. Lastly, I want to address a question I've been asked many times. Why did I leave the city of Nogales? My answer, despite what some have said, is that this decision is strictly to join my father in his business venture. It was not, is not, and will never be because I was unhappy with my employment at the city of Nogales. And even less, it was not because I was unhappy serving under our city manager. I fully support, continue to believe in, and stand behind Mr. Kramer's efforts to move Nogales forward and help shape it into the great city it should have always been. Serving this community has been a true privilege for me. And even though I was just in an office here at the entrance, sometimes talking to the public, it was a privilege. It was a service that I considered a privilege. I leave with a continued belief in the direction that our city manager, Mr. Joe Kramer, is taking Nogales. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I just, lawyer, do I have permission just to give him a certificate? Can you please give me permission? Yeah, I know. You know how you lawyers are. I know a little bit about that. Mr. Calvillo, thank you for your kind words. And as you move on to your next chapter, we thank you for your service and for the lasting impact your dedication and your commitment to excellence have made on our work and our community. We are grateful for your hard work and all the contributions you did, the little ones and the big ones. Those phone calls, because I heard a couple of them, from cleaning someone's yard to fixing a pothole. All of that was very inclusive and very, very helpful. And you were always a gentleman, first-class gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we move to recognitions. A, Christmas Light Parade Float Contest winners. Ms. Montiel.
We got to this part, Mayor Maldonado, that everybody's been waiting for. This could not have happened. Every year I try to find out how long this Christmas light parade has been going on. And it's been going on for, I think, over 40 years. I've talked to different people in different capacities. It all started, from very small floats. And then now it's, this year we had over 60 entries. So thank you, everyone, every single entry. I know it takes money to fund the float. I know it takes time, and it just takes effort. And it helps with this community unity that we all talk about and the spirit of just celebrating our community together. And of course, we are inclusive. We invite everybody here in Santa Cruz County to participate in the Christmas parade. But a successful Christmas parade can't happen without, of course, the employees. They work behind the scenes, from the police department that I see out here, to the fire department, to Parks and Rec, and all the employees here in finance that put all the work together to make it happen. And I really, really want to commend everyone that works so hard from the setup to the cleanup. And thank you for always being great troopers. And also I want to thank the judges who judge the float entries. I don't know if they're here, but we're going to do it like in the classroom. If you could just raise your hand just to acknowledge you, Alma Felix, and these are all community members. Eddie Castillo, Eddie Jong, Lourdes Estrada, Tony Estrada, and Martin, Tony Garcia, I'm sorry, and Martin Felix. I want to thank the judges. Also the MC. We had 2 MCs. We had Mr. Bojorquez MC, did a great job, and we had Ovi Radio, 99.1 FM. And they did a great job in putting everything together. So we all have the winners here, Mayor, and if you could help me, we're going to start with the newcomer. I want to thank Eddie John because he gave me a great idea. He asked me if we can include a newcomer, and that is to encourage people to participate every year, new people to participate in the parade. And we have a newcomer recipient, and I'm going to be calling him out. And if you could come up as we start with a newcomer all the way to first place. If I can find the certificates. Did you sign them, Mayor? Yeah, sure did. Okay. Yeah, no, let's see. There's, okay. So Jessica, if you could come up. Jessica has them. This is Jessica, who did a great job. First, was that your first parade, Jessica? You did a marvelous job, Jessica. We're going to start with the Best of Parade newcomer, and that goes to Dance Movement. And Danielle, are you here? Are you out there, Danielle? Come on. We all know Danielle. Congratulations, Danielle. If you could stay up here. Yes. Also, Danielle did something, I'm sure you enjoyed it. At the very beginning of the parade, you had your girls start off the parade with doing a dance recite. Was it what do you call it? A dance? A performance, yeah, okay. I wanted to use the right terminology, but thank you very much. They did a great job. Our third place winner is from just up here north, Rio Rico Fire Department. Yes, they did a great job. Yes, they got third prize, I'm sorry, third prize. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Good job. Good job. Hey. Hey. Long time no see. Hey. Well, I'll give it to the fire chief. Who better, right? Here you go. Thank you. And guess what? We've got second place. And second place goes to Mariposa Community Health Center. They did a marvelous job, like always. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, how are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
Congratulations.
I'll stand in the back.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And this year, guess what? We've got two first grade, thinking school year, first place winners. Exact numbers, and you can ask the judges, exact numbers. And so I would like to announce Coronado Elementary School. Please come up, Coronado Elementary School. As always, they do a fabulous and very innovative detail float every year. Oh, God bless you. Here you go. Thank you. Actually, and the other first place winner is Challenger Elementary School.
Thank you.
Yeah, Challenger. Good job. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we'll have some people taking some pictures. And well, on behalf of the City of Nogales, Mayor Maldonado, and Council, and all the employees, thank you so much for participating. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
See you next year.
Keep the great effort. Thank you. I really appreciate all the participants and always, the winners. Everybody's a winner. The whole city, the whole community is winners. Thank you for continuing to do this tradition. Keep it up. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we move to item B, Christmas house decorating contest winner. Again, Ms. Montiel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, all of you. So this is, yeah, we'll just. So this is our second year that we have done the Christmas, it's called actually the Christmas house decorating contest. And this was started last year. I thought it was a great idea because a lot of homes love to take the time to decorate their homes outside. And it's unbelievable that, the community lightens up starting after Thanksgiving. So I thought about doing a holiday decorating contest. And this is our second annual year. It was very super successful. There were a lot of entries, and they were so excited to present the work they did outside. And I've got a couple of winners. I want to, first of all, before I announce the winners, I want to thank the mayor for allowing me to do these events here that involve the community. I also want to thank, it's because it's a team effort, I want to thank also the sponsors of this event. If you could please come up. I saw some of you there. I want to call up the Chamber of Commerce. Is Miss Olivia Insa here? If you can come up, Olivia. Thank you. Come up. Yeah, I know you don't like to, but those times come once in a while. You have to come up here. And I'd like to also call up Lawyer's Title. If you can please come up, Anais Mercado, Esmeralda Castelo. If you can, and Alicia Castro. Thank you. If you guys could just stay up there. And also, I want to thank Melissa Silva, and she's an Arizona realtor. And she was one of the other sponsors. And we can't do events like this without having sponsors. And I really want to thank all of you for allowing us to do events like this and being able to sponsor them. Thank you so much. Well, as you know, we have winners. And this year, it was kind of interesting because we had so many entries, we just couldn't stick to 3. So we decided to have an honorable mention, and which is basically 4th place. And I will call out the honorable mention, and that is Edna Tonko. You're here? Come up, Edna. Thank you. And so for those of you that don't know, her house is up here on Sierra. Hello, thank you.
She did it all.
She did it all. Of course, she's a woman. Of course she did. Yeah. And you just plugged it. Yeah. So do you mind do you mind saying your address? Because I think you guys want to go see their house. It's just up here on Sierra. What's your address?
1613 North
1613 North Sierra.
Historical Home.
It's
the Bowman House.
It's the Bowman House.
We are very grateful to be part of history, and we are very carefully restoring the home.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. It's very beautiful. Yes, and on behalf of Realtor Melissa Silva, here's your certificate and your prize. Thank you. If you could just stay up here. Yeah, of course. And we'll move on to third place. Third place is Armando Guerrero. Is Armando Guerrero here? Okay, Armando Guerrero, he was third place, and his home is in Rio Rico. Beautiful too. And then we move on to second place, and it was Peter de la Cruz. Is Peter de la Cruz here? Yes, I thought I saw Maritza and Peter. Come on up. Yes.
Thank you. Hi.
Ésele, Pete. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Marisa, I hope you don't mind I say this, but your mom is famous for her house too, right? We all know that Marisa's mom lives on Soto subdivision, decorates her house so beautiful too. Here you go, Peter. Yes. And second place is, here's your prize, Peter and Maritza. Thank you. Thank you. And first place is here in Nogales. And it goes to Karen Fletcher. Karen Fletcher, I saw you. For those of you that haven't gone by her house, she lives on Patagonia. Her house is amazing, inside and outside. Wonderful, wonderful. Also, place to see. Hello, Karen. To buy more Christmas decorations for next year, Karen. Thank you. And incidentally, Karen won last year. So that's why she uses the money to buy more decorations. So once again, on behalf of the city, the mayor, the city council, thank you so much. That one is, okay, and that is, it is Armando. Yeah, but he's not here today. He didn't come. So we'll get back. Yes, I know. He didn't come, Mr. Guerrero, but I will make sure he gets it. We won't let no one take it. Thank you. Oh, okay. Well, again, thank you so much to all the sponsors and all the winners. Thank you so much. See you next year.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I just want to say that congratulations to Councilwoman Lisa Montiel, because she's been working very hard. You know, she runs around the community every day to businesses, putting together different projects and different events. And she's doing an awesome job. I hope she continues to do this in the future. So congratulations, Councilwoman Montiel.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Montiel.
Thank you. Thank you, Hector.
And everybody that participated, thank you. Parade and everything, all the, participants within the city, the community. It's, on my behalf, thank you for everything you do, because this parade was bigger, better, and it's going to get better every year. Thank you. Next, we move to C, recognition of Sergeant Gaston Ortega, Miguel Melendez, MIS, and Yetzel Sanchez, Finance, for their heroic action on August 25th, 2025, when city employee Luis Leiva suffered a serious medical emergency. Their timely intervention was crucial. Mr. Jimenez, Chief.
Mayor, if I may. First of all, I'm Chief Jimenez, Nogales Police Department. Mayor and Council, city staff, and audience. I'm here to recognize 3 employees of the city. As the mayor mentioned, there was an event that happened here, and I'll read a brief summary for everybody. On August 25th of last year, almost at the end of closing time, there was an incident here involving one of our city employees who was suffering a medical emergency. And without hesitation, 3 city employees, among other ones that did eventually arrive and assist, to include police and fire. But these 3 individuals are being recognized today for their efforts. They jumped at the opportunity to assist, and actually were very instrumental in making sure that our fellow city employee was able to be safely transported, and as we know now, recovering at home, and hopefully can return to work as soon as he's able to. I won't get into any of the details on it, but I just want to say, for the heroic efforts of these 3 employees, it's an honor for me to be here to recognize them, that they're involved in this, and I'm here to recognize them. So we're going to go ladies first, and the first person that we're going to recognize is Yetzel Sanchez. If you could please come up forward. Okay, don't be nervous, it's okay. So she's going to be given a certificate and a little recognition prize here, but we'll do that once the other person comes up here. Next person I'm going to recognize is Mr. Miguel Melendez, which is standing right there. And the third person we're going to be recognizing is Sergeant Gaston Ortega. If you come up, please. And just in closing, I just want to reiterate that their efforts saved a life. It's that simple. And it's no other way to put it. As I mentioned, there was other people involved eventually that did take part in this, but their quick actions to their fellow employee, especially the 2 ones that are involved up here, and Sergeant Ortega, I responded, from downstairs. I can't say anything more than, other than that. They deserve all the recognition in the world, and hopefully one of these days, Mr. Leiva can return to work and recognize you guys personally. So once again, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys your certificates and your, I guess, a small token for our appreciation. And since Sergeant Gaston is an officer, what we award him is actually a medal that he will have to be able to place on his uniform. So, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, those are presentations. if anybody wants to leave, don't feel, obligated for the commitment, but, feel free. We're going to continue with our meeting. Right? You see? Looks like I knew it.
I'm out of here. Just kidding.
Yes, go ahead.
Steve, thank you. No, and thank you.
Rene. Mr. Martinez.
Really?
Is Lisa coming back or not? Okay. I hadn't seen him. A Mr. Martinez no lo había visto que ya había. Okay. Fue el Ahí está.
Was he outside?
Huh? Is he coming back or?
Second back row.
Yeah, we all look alike.
When I need distance glasses and I don't wear them, that's why I have my prescription sunglasses.
There you go.
Just had the same mannerism when he stood up and moved. Yeah.
Could be.
I have my daughter's some very nice people, so write her a recommendation.
Yeah.
No, we have that.
We'll reconvene to our meeting. And before anything, I know it's my mistake, and I hadn't seen him out in the crowd till everybody got up. I want to thank our parade marshal for this 2025 parade, Mr. Rene Martinez. Come on, the Boy Scouts, he did a great job. I know he enjoyed it. Muchas gracias por todo. He did a great job. Let me tell you, he was very well known in the community. I know he really enjoyed the parade. It was a lot of fun. It was a pleasure having you be our marshal for this year. I think we both had fun, and everybody from the community really thanked me for picking you guys as being our parade marshals for this 2025 years. Thank you. Thank you. Where's Miss Lisa?
I think she's thanking all the people that participated. So.
Yeah. Ahorita te tengo el de eso. Sorry. Next, we move on to presentations. A, Santa Cruz County Flood Control District. Mr. Jesus Valdez.
Mr. Mayor, just before Jesus comes up he and I have been chatting about this. Certainly, it's time well deserved now. Jesus, you probably thought they were all here for you, but unfortunately, we had to do our stuff. But certainly, your presentations is just as important. Thank you for coming in. And as I told council before, this is the start of you and I working together, and certainly a lot more than just flood control. So thank you for coming in today.
You're welcome, sir. And I did think all these people were here.
Prendelo abajo. Ahí abajo. There you go.
Before we started, let me pass out the handouts. That way you can have some there. You guys already have it.
I don't think they have the updated one.
It just has a map,
Okay.
an additional map. It shows all the projects in the county.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So, good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed members of council, manager. Thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here. Looking forward to this. It's been a while since I've been here, probably 8 years or so. I want to wish you guys a happy new year and a prosperous new year, and hopefully we get to work on some of the projects. I'm excited today to present our projects that we're doing in the city. The presentation, the way it's outlined, is some of the duties that the council, that our board has, and how they double up as a board of governors. As a board of directors. Some of the duties that I have as a county manager and the county engineer, I also double up as the administrator, which is the general manager of the flood control district. So with that, let's move on to start the presentation. And if you feel free to please stop me at any time if you have any questions. I'll be more than happy to answer. If we can.
Just say next slide.
Next slide, please. So flood control district governance. You know what, before I start, let me introduce Alan Sanchez. Alan Sanchez is our flood coordinator. So he's the one actually does the permitting that looks at the flood hazard information. So somebody has a project and they want to know what the status in the floodplain is, they go see Alan and he'll tell them and give them the information that they're seeking, along with permits. And there's a portion that we'll talk about the functions that he performs for the city. So Santa Cruz County Flood Control District is overseen by Santa Cruz Board of Supervisors. They act as the board of directors. What they do is they adopt and amend the floodplain ordinance. They approve budgets and tax rates, and they authorize the project. So every project that we do is authorized by the board of directors. As myself and Alan, who administer the ordinance, we administer the floodplain ordinance, develop the budget, and do the project development. Next slide, please. NEPA, the FEMA and FIP. This is the real reason why a flood control district exists. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, as we know as FEMA, they produce and maintain the flood insurance rate map. Those are all the maps that you see that they're modeled to represent the risk when it comes to homes and buildings that are inside the floodplain or outside the floodplain. So they produce those maps. They also oversee the NFIP, which is the National Flood Insurance Program. This program was developed by the federal government, and for the reasons of providing insurance, and they control the premiums of the insurance. Why it's important? Because in order to be each member, each city, each county, each town, they have to be a participating member in this program. It makes flood insurance available. Insurance is required for federally backed mortgages. So if somebody's looking to get a mortgage and it's federally backed, they need this insurance if it's in the floodplain. This program makes it affordable. So that's probably the biggest reason why counties in Arizona are part of this program and enacted in flood control. It also makes available federal disaster assistance. So if we have a federal disaster, it makes us eligible for some of these funds. Like I say, cities and towns are required to participate on its own. The city is a member of the NFIP, but they advocated their responsibilities to the county in 2004. So we oversee all your permits. We review your drainage, and we assist you with the community assistance visits that ADWR does yearly and sometimes in every 5-year cycle.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
At this point. Mayor,
Go ahead.
on the, okay, to start off with, I know okay, like you said, that's the insurance is federally, but how do we take certain areas that, since they were brought into the flood zone area, there's been improvements in some areas? Is there, do you guys stay on top of that to try to take out of the flood zone areas that don't need to be in the flood zone because of, say, improvements that have been made over the years by the district or in combination with the city and the state? Can you answer that? See if there's any areas that we could still take out of the flood zone where they wouldn't need that flooding insurance or be mandated federally?
Mayor, Councilman, that's one of the duties that we do. That's one of the services we provide to the city, where we look at floodplains throughout the city, through the county, and reanalyze them. We have a technique which now includes two-dimensional modeling, which in the past it was just one-dimensional. The last one, right now we're working on Potrero Creek, which is not necessarily all the way inside the city, but it affects the city. So we're able to reduce through modeling the risk and take some of the properties and some of the buildings out of the floodplain. The last one that was prior to that is we took a look at the city, at downtown Nogales. We remapped the watershed of Nogales, Sonora, and we're able to reduce the discharge by 25%, which we'll talk a little bit later what led to another project and see what you guys think of. Next slide, please.
I have a question. Does the county have the authority to take out certain areas of the FEMA flood zone? I'll give you an example. Our Chase Bank, City Hall, that's in the FEMA flood zone. So you're saying that you are you're visiting that and you're trying to rezone. So does the county have that authority to override what FEMA has already designated areas of Nogales in the FEMA flood zone?
Mr. Mayor or Councilman, I should have been more clear. We go through a process, through a FEMA process, to remove properties and remap flood zones. We, as a county, do not have the authority to overrule the federal government. What we do, we go through a process, we remap it using updated techniques, and then go through a process of letter of map revision, which I think you all know, LOMAR. Once that's approved and go through that process, then the maps are changed. But as a district, we do not have the ability to override FEMA. For me, I'll turn it over to Alan so he could talk about our core functions and what we provide to the city. There's quite a few of them. If you guys have any questions, please don't hesitate.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor,
Go ahead.
Council members, my name is Alan Sanchez, and I'm the floodplain coordinator for Santa Cruz County. and therefore the floodplain coordinator for the city of Nogales as well. So talking about some of the core functions, flood hazard information and mapping, basically doing the flood reviews and flood determinations for permitting and to provide information to realtors and for people who are refinancing their homes and things like that. So last year we did about 2,300 flood determinations, and we average about 20 of them per month within the city. So anytime somebody needs a building permit within the city of Nogales, they contact me. I produce a report for them and also take a look at their building plans. Also, some of the core functions that we provide, provide detailed maps showing floodplains, erosion hazard areas, and riparian habitats that need to be preserved. We also are involved in regulatory compliance and permitting. So that's what I was talking about before. If somebody's house is in a floodplain, then we will process a floodplain use permit. And that includes properties within the city of Nogales. We look at drainage and flooding, investigate drainage complaints and issue violations. Also overview elevation certificates, and that's a way to certify somebody's house is high enough, and it's a part of the floodplain use permit process. If somebody's in a FEMA mapped floodplain, they have to provide an elevation certificate that proves that their house has been constructed in accordance to the permit. So we provide that as well. Also, one of the main things we do is we provide infrastructure maintenance and improvements. We do floodplain maintenance on flood control structures that are in compliant with Natural Flood Insurance Program protocols. An example would be some of the drainage channels within the Monte Carlo subdivision. Also, we do flood warning and monitoring, and this is one of my favorite things because I get a chance to look at the flood storms a lot. But anyways, we provide and maintain a network of stream gauges and precipitation gauges within the city of Nogales and also unincorporated Santa Cruz County. And we do have a website that you can look at, and it shows where all the different gauges are. So like right now, there's rain falling almost all over the entire county, and then we can take a look at that and monitor that. So we provide that service of providing the gauges and also maintaining them. And we use a consulting firm, J.E. Fuller, that does all the maintenance for us. So that's what I do in a nutshell. Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez,
Yes, sir.
what about our wash?
Nogales wash?
Our Nogales wash.
Yes, sir.
What, who's got the responsibility to maintain it? I know there's one side that supposedly it's the railroad, and I've seen a good repair and I see a very bad repair. Just to get away from the issue, but yet the visibility and everything. Who's responsible for the wash?
I think we both share responsibility.
Well, if you could answer that, you'll be the first person
Okay, well,
to be able to answer that.
okay, so in my experience, 30 years of being a floodplain manager, it would be whoever owns the property would be responsible for the maintenance, unless there was some sort of IGA or something else like that. So
the side of the railroad, because supposedly the railroad owns 100 feet.
that would be my stab at it. But I know Jesus is going to talk about a project towards the end of the presentation that might help with that.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have an additional question for Mr. Sanchez, and it's just a follow-up question from the mayor. In the past, when we discussed the Nogales wash, it's been a subject of the hot potato, and you just alluded to that. Well, I guess it's who owns the property, and again, well then who owns the property? So we've had issues with the wash that we've in the past contacted the county, And the county was quick to say, well, that's not our issue. That's the city of Nogales issue. Also, regarding washes, with a past supervisor, I asked him to help us maintain or fix a wash. And I was told that not all the washes belong to the county. But when I pressed them and asked them, can you give me a list of what is a large wash, a medium wash, and a small wash? Nothing. So it is this sense of ambiguity of it's always that lines get blurred when we, as a city, we ask for clarification. Who owns the wash? I know that one side, as Mayor said, is Union Pacific. And they don't have to go through permitting. They don't have to go through anything. But if we want to work on something, then the whole red tape comes through, is invoked. Whether we have to get environmental studies or we have to get clearance from the Army Corps of Engineers. So again, I ask you again, can you just clarify that a little bit more and say, not just come back and say, well, whoever owns the land. Well, I don't know who owns the land. Does the city own the land?
Okay. I think I'm gonna let Jesus take a stab at that one.
It's my turn.
Yes, sir. I mean, I can, isn't that what you wanted me to do?
You want, so the requirements of permits, right? It all depends on what is being proposed for the project. If it's a construction project and it's more of an invasive project where you're gonna be inside the wash, you're gonna be diverting water, it needs a permit. What the railroad does many times is they work from the top. And they're basically, what happens, they restore what either got eroded or the flow took with them, and their normal practice is to get on top of the bank and reach with the bigger piece of equipment and work from that side. That's what we do most of the time. We hardly get inside the water. So we're just restoring what was there. So I apologize, but I don't know where that information came. Regardless of who it belongs to, we want to help. We want to be in there, and you'll see some of the projects that we're looking at. The issue we have is that we have a population. Can we go to the next slide, please? We have a population that only allows us to levy that much money. So any project that we think of doing far surpasses our ability to tax. So it's a difficult task to run a flood control program where you're constantly depending on grants. And that's the reality.
Hey, Mr. Bonet.
Mr. Valdez, I'm seeing here for year 2026, you and I and Supervisor Davis had a discussion, and as far as the number or the funding, and you showed me in the conference room, you had, I think, 3 or 4 big size posters of remember that?
Yes.
And I asked you, because you wanted to clarify with me that, there was some type of disinformation or some type of misbelief that not all the money belonged to City of Nogales. So how much funding does the City of Nogales actually have? Because I asked you to provide those numbers. I saw them in your office because you were specific. I don't remember exactly how much. I think in one of them you had a $3 million or $2 million and $890,000 belonged to the city, and that's where mayor and council. It's never clear to us how much. We know a little bit of what the big number is, but we don't know exactly what pertains to the City of Nogales.
A third.
A third.
So that number, roughly a third.
That includes the whole county, correct, Jesus?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay. So you got Sonoita, Patagonia, everything else, Rio Rico.
And I apologize for not including that map. it's a busy map. Maybe it's something that we look at individually, but it's broken down to all the assessors' tax districts, and you'll see the makeup of our tax levy.
Go ahead, Jesus. Continue.
Next, please. This is a map showing all our projects. This is, I think last year we produced it in July. The two projects that flood control has are in the city. There's one that's missing, and I'll talk about it a little later, that just came after the map. We concentrate on the city. We want to help. We understand that the concentration of people that live in the city live with the most risk. So that's where our focus is at. And we've been working on city projects for the past 10 years. And when you were mayor, we talked about some of these projects.
And I have a question along those lines, Mr. Valdez. Considering the numbers on, you have roughly about 1,100,000 plus that you can help out with on a yearly basis with the city of Nogales. I'm assuming that. Am I correct, or is that, or can you spend more from the general fund that you have from the other districts that you bring taxes to, or do you only? My question is, do you only go up to the limit that the city of Nogales residents are taxed, which would be apparently here 1,100,000 because it's split 3 ways, which makes kind of sense that Rio Rico's about the same size as Nogales, so it's a third there, and then the outlying community is the other third, right? They pay into that the 3,300,000 plus.
You know, currently, if you look at the program that we're also trying to develop a program for flood control that we want to include you guys, and that involves the IGA, and we'll talk about that later. No, there is no limit. We can't say, okay, we collect $3 million and only $1 million comes from the city of Nogales. We're only going to spend them. That's not the way it works. It's actually going to take a lot of effort to do what I'm going to propose a little later, and that's looking at the whole stretch of the wash. We'll get to that later. But yeah, no, there's nothing stopping us from saying. Obviously, we have to do the our functions. We have to be able to review reports from the unincorporated area. We have to make sure we clear some of the washes, and our core functions still have to be performed. We have to pay our employees. But yeah, no, there's no restrictions on how we spend the money. At least the board has not put restrictions on it. Okay. Next slide, please.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you, but I thought maybe our attorney's here, but I thought that the flood control money is legally restricted. That the money you collect, which is what, 3.2 or 3.3 million a year from the homeowners, is that flood money that comes, flood control money is restricted to these projects that, that the city and the county decides to work on. I mean, those 3 point whatever monies you collect from the property owners on their secondary tax, of course, because I know it's all bundled up. I had to kind of look at my taxes, and my husband helped me with that. And I know, for example, we pay about $200 a year towards the flood control, but it is restricted from what I understand.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman, you're correct. It could only be used for projects that qualify or under our.
That qualify for under that. Okay, just wanted to make it clear so we can move on.
Go ahead.
We're going to look at some of the 3 projects that we're currently working on right now, and it's Efren Canyon. It's one of the projects the Councilman Bonillas and myself and Supervisor Davis has spoken about. This is of great interest for me and for everybody. It's a retention basin. If we're able, we have $10 million from grants and another $2 million from appropriation that's slated for this project. We're in the process of designing it. our current cost estimate that we have for what you're seeing right now is $70 million. It's a dam, it's a jurisdictional dam. So right now, what we're asking is for an extension, so that we could do something different. And we have a concept, which is it's an offline channel basins, that should give us similar results. And once constructed, right now, the discharge in that area is 3,460 cubic feet per second. That's the measurement we use. Once this is constructed, it will go down to 300 cubic feet per second. Okay.
Along these lines, most of the water is generated from down south.
Yes, sir.
That comes down here. Do you work together closely with the officials and the people on that side of the border to try to see if they're doing any projects that kind of alleviate some of that flow that comes this way?
We do have dialogue with officials from the other side. The problem with the funding and the way the flood control works is if you're gonna build infrastructure that's gonna change the mapping, it has to be done to our specs, and we have to own it, or you guys, or the government agency has to own it. Those if we build over there, it'd be very beneficial because you're heading it at the source, and you can make an argument that construction in Sonora is probably 10 times cheaper than what we would pay. The challenges would be, maybe I'm going off the topic a little bit, but the challenge is can we redo the maps with infrastructure in Sonora? And maybe that's a question that we need to work on together. My understanding as of now, it's not.
I have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Do you have a start date for this project?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman, I think tentatively we're looking at somewhere between the third and fourth quarter of this calendar year.
I have a question, Mr. Valdez. You have all the permitting, you have all the environmental studies, Army Corps of Engineers and whatnot. You have everything to go. Last year, you were here at a council meeting because we were talking about mitigation and stuff like that. You remember that you were down here with a few of your employees. And I asked you about the funding for the Efren Canyon, because in the past, it's been said when we've asked about our flood zone with as far as our money, the county has come back and said, well, it's stuck in this project. So, but when I did ask you, you did go on record and say that the money was in the coffers already. Is that still, that's still in sense? So you are going to start, we can tell our constituency, I'll give you an example, the Gagiola family on Western, their home gets flooded through the front and it gets flooded through the back. Part of it is part of the city problem because it comes off Anza and it falls in their backyard, but they get flooded on both sides. And every year, it is a circus with that family in their home because their home is flooded on both sides. And, we need to see, I know you can't speed it up, but we're going to go back and tell our constituency that the county is beginning to finish off this project because it's been, I don't know, I've been here 5 years and I think this Efren Canyon has been way before that, right?
It's the actual grant, I think it was awarded to the county about 5 years ago, which we have an extension already and we're asking for another one. We're in it. Can't give you guarantees, but we're in it. It's our biggest project. We have $12 million outside money. We're doing our best. But right now we're in acquisition, right? We're looking at the purchasing of some of this land.
I know that it's hard to predict, but a timeline when it's going to finish?
It's probably going to take somewhere within a year to 18 months.
Okay. To finish that project from Efren Canyon?
Yeah. So if we started at the end of the year, calendar year, it will take about a year to 18 months. depending on the contractor and what they're proposing. When I will make a commitment, as soon as we're ready to advertise, I will come and let you guys know and present to you what we're thinking.
Is most of this work going to be outsourced?
All of it.
All of it?
Federal money, yeah.
Vice Mayor has a
I have
question.
a question. On the downflow from Ephraim Canyon to Mariposa, how much of that flows into the Nogales Wash, or does it?
You're talking about Mariposa?
Yes.
So Mariposa has a very similar watershed than Ephraim Canyon. It's approximately, do you know, Alan? It's probably 3,000 cubic feet per second.
But it does end up in the Nogales Wash.
Yeah.
And it does. So it does affect the flow on the Nogales Wash, right? Some of that downflow from Mariposa.
Back in 20, if I may,
Go ahead.
Mayor, in 2015, 2016 timeframe, one of you guys, or it might have been you at the time, Councilman, challenged us to say, what can we do? And at the time, John Hayes was part of our flood control. So we developed what we call a master plan, and we looked at 4 projects that would help with the IOI and reduce as much as possible the discharge of these watersheds. The first one was Ephraim Canyon, so we started working. The second one is doing the remapping of downtown Nogales, which is done. We have plans for Mariposa Canyon, and at the time we approached the landowner, we couldn't make a deal. But those plans are still alive. It just this because whatever is funded, takes precedent. And then the last one was the Bafford Ranch. We were trying to look to do an off-channel basin, and the goal was to clean up the wash too. That unfortunately has been sold for maybe a better use, but it's been sold, and as far as that basin is probably off the table now. So that's how some of these projects were developed with, talking to former councils.
Thank you. Go ahead. Mike?
The budget, your final budget last year. And I think you put in, how much did you put in? 11 million. Is that still, you're working the $11 million into this?
So if you look at the actual, we got $10 million from the FEMA, from the EPA/FEMA grant. 2 of those 10 million, 2 of those 2 million is in kind, right? It's from us.
Yeah.
And then we got an appropriation from, I want to say Senator Kelly. It could have, is it Grijalba? For $2 million. So right now we're working with $12 million.
Oh, okay. So that's why.
Yeah, some of that money has been expended in design and because we work with.
So it's been allocated and you've already spent it.
We can't touch that.
So it's but I guess my question is, that money is being used to, with your new plans now that you are talking about, are going to be used, those $11 million that is in the budget?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
Right now, you mentioned something interesting that comes into play for future, the Bafford Ranch. It's new owners are there. More than likely, they'll probably want to develop an area, section of it or something, because it's a pretty big piece of parcel of land. And so how is that going to affect, because that's still in the flood zone, right? The ranch has always got it flooded, the fields anyway. So how's that going to affect for the city? Just it's not so much the county. I don't know. Well, maybe it will affect your flood zone control, but I know it'll affect us if we have to get the permits out for whatever homes are built out there. We have to take into consideration a lot of things that maybe are not on the table right now. So I think we might have to work closer with your department. I'm just thinking that would be probably a proper thing to do in case if they ever want to build out there and exceed the, or kind of be a problem with where the flood zone area is?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
Councilman, we actually have met with the developer. This is about a year ago. He showed us his plans, his preliminary plans. We pointed out, we directed him to Alan and our consultants to give him what we're looking for when it comes to developing his land. So he has to produce a drainage report. If he's going to change the course of the floodplain, he has to go through a Clomar-Lomar process. So he's aware of what he has to do. We're there to help, and what he's shown me is pretty exciting, and I hope it happens. So on our part, we're going to try to assist as much as possible.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jesus. Certainly that the city has already met with that group, certainly with Mr. Morgan, as you called him Tomas, but Mr. Morgan. Our group being Mr. Lariva, certainly Mr. Noe Garcia. We've met with, they had at least a dozen of their own team of engineers and everything to that effect, Mr. Doyle. What right now with their whatever floodplain, which is encompasses from the wash up to where the floodplain ends, they've already looked at that. What their goal is, hopefully whatever they don't develop floodplain, they'll donate it back to the city for us to turn into parks or whatever they can, what we can do with that. So that's their plans right now with the land that runs along the floodplain, along the wash. But everything else, obviously, what gets out of the floodplain, they're going to be developing that. But they've already started meeting with our team. Just an FYI, we just had that meeting about 2 weeks ago, correct? Yes. I think Leo was there as well, too. So we've had everybody, as far as the divisions, working with and looking into it already.
Again, along those lines, Mr. Kramer, you're making sure that the connections, because even though they're going to come down to the sewer lines, that won't be in jeopardy. If floods come, that'll get to them, I guess, or it'll affect the deposits into those lines. How many homes are they considering building?
There's different developments. They still haven't decided on how they're going to work that. They're also looking at turning the ranch into a possible B&B with casitas. They're looking at some homes in the farther northeast corner. I think they purchased a vacant lot on Vista del Cielo so they can build an offshoot road up into Vista del Cielo. They're looking at the water or the flood control and everything else really wasn't the concern that what we had initially, because now we're looking at traffic and the traffic flow in that area. That was one of our big questions with them. But they certainly have been following what you guys had certainly offered to them a year ago. They do have their engineering team. They had more guys in there than we did because they had a whole group of engineers, I believe 8 of them. So they're on top of all that. And Jesus certainly helped you certainly helped with that. So they're on the track of moving that, Mr. Doyle, but certainly if their next meeting, and I always open up to council, those of you that are interested, I will certainly invite 3, because then it becomes a party with 4, but we'll do 3 of those that are interested, and you're certainly one of them. I'll certainly invite you to that next meeting.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Ordez. The $2 million in kind, is that where all our money is going from the floodplain taxes? Is that where our money is being used currently for the Efren Canyon project?
Yes.
All of it, 100% of it?
Well, there's carry forward, right?
Of course.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's one pot of money. I'm not exactly understanding what you're telling. Like, we're not using general fund money for that. Is that your question?
No, I mean, it's because in the past, the county has told us that our floodplain taxes have been put into this project. Am I correct in that, Mr. Valdez?
Among others.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the county is going to keep putting or keep using our money into this project.
It's my money. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Woodless.
Next slide, please. One of the projects that we talked about earlier was that we remapped the watershed, and we started in Sonora, and we were able to reduce it and by a quarter. And that went through in February of 2024. So that produced other questions, right? The other question is, okay, now that you reduced the floodplain and took away the floodway, which was one of the things that was not helping with development, so what can we do? Because FEMA has that 50% rule. So this is a project that's going to tell all of us, and probably more important, the developer, what can be done. How much money is available based on the cost or the value of the building, how much renovation can be done without going to the extreme. There's more to come on that one, and I'll communicate with you, Joel, too, so we could get that information out. So I just wanted to bring that to you. Okay, next. Any questions on this?
Well, one of those, before we get out of there's an area that has been a problem in the recent past, and I was wondering how if it's covered by the flood control district, and that's usually where they get flooded out in Valle Verde and a little north of that where that trailer park is. I think it's, I don't know, Green Acres or something now, by Circle K. But that there's a wash that goes there, and about a year ago, nobody wanted to take responsibility. That tree had fallen, and it was backing up the water into the trailer park, and some of the closer mobile homes were getting flooded. And I remember that we brought it to the attention of the county through our staff. Might have been Mr. Guerra that you spoke to, but I think that nobody wanted to take responsibility of that. Yet the tree was kind of out of the city limits, where it was, those big alamos that fall, or maybe it wasn't. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna. But there was an issue there. Do you remember? Do you recollect that?
I do.
Is the flood control in charge of that? Something like that?
So that's a private matter, right? The wash is inside the trailer parks.
No, but where it got flooded, I mean, the backup was out of the trailer park. It was further down, but it became like a dam. And so the water backed up into the trailer park.
You guys did the basin that holds just west of the I-19 right there on Diaz Street, where you get off on going to Coronado School? There's a...
Karen Basin?
Yeah, it was a retention.
Believe it or not, that's privately owned. I think if I go back, that's privately.
And it would be the responsibility of the owner.
That's my recollection.
So if the trailers get flooded, they could actually sue the owner for not taking action, if they got a good attorney.
I don't know the legalities of that. What I do know this. Okay, so when there's a development occur, when you develop an occurrence, that's why getting permits and going through a site review and getting engineers to design that development is important. I'm not so sure that trailer park got the on-sites right? Mm-hmm. And it's in a situation in which it's a private ownership, it's a private matter. We stay out of those.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're right, because I think that was a done deal with the former owners of the Mikasa trailer park.
Litigation.
Right. So it was a private matter, I believe.
Thank you.
This last project that I'm going to talk about is the Monte Carlo drainage study. So this past monsoon, I think we saw some activity here, and unfortunately, we had a microburst, as it refers to. It was a very intense storm in a small amount of time that overwhelmed our drainage there. We just want to know what's going on and see what the solution is, so we could work on it, and that's what we're looking at right now.
I have a question, Mr. Valdez. What came out of that Monte Carlo drainage study? Are you still reviewing are you still reviewing, or what plan of action do you have for Monte Carlo? And the reason I asked Mr. Valdez is because I recall that Mr. Supervisor Davis was overwhelmed with complaints or concerns, and so was I. So it was weird because all the washes in Monte Carlo, you could not get out or in that day in Monte Carlo, it was crazy. I'm not even talking about Bafford. Bafford was underwater, but the washes on Trinidad and the one on Trinidad, also closer to Sonora, those washes were overwhelmed. And where I live on Casa Bonita Apartments, where that hill comes down, where it's that just totally flooded the parking lot, and that wash that goes on Casa Bonita, that was overwhelmed too. So what plan of action? What are you planning to do to alleviate or to mitigate this issue?
The obvious one, and the report's not done, right? We issued notice to proceed about 3 months ago, so they're doing their surveys and their due diligence. But the obvious one is that we have a bunch of buildings where the water wants to go. That's the obvious one. And I think you had a situation there where there's also the Monte Carlos Basin, which is further east of this subdivision. That's a flood control project. That collects water from a larger watershed. It rained really, really hard in that area. And the basin did what it was supposed to be. It attenuated the flow, and then there's a pipe down there that it allows for discharge. So it rained over there, and then it rained in the neighborhood. And that's where you got the perfect kind of storm, right?
Is Ghost Town, or what's left of Ghost Town, is all of that under the flood zone?
You know where this?
I'm not familiar with that.
I know. I would have to get back to you. I know that that we went through the process not too long ago, maybe about 7 years ago, to make it the basin official. We went through the Lomar process, so I could get you the maps.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think all of us here on the council got a lot of concerns from the residents of Monte Carlo during the rainfall that you spoke earlier about. So my question to you is, since it is an area that we're having obviously issues with the drainage there, and you're working on a study, and I looked in your budget. How much money has been spent on working on this study and alleviating or mitigating the flooding issue in Monte Carlo? I know you don't have the perfect figures, but I couldn't find that either. I went into your budget last year and tried to disaggregate it, but I couldn't. I mean, you don't have line items that say Monte Carlo, and of course you don't have that. But do you have an idea how much money it's spent? Because, the residents there, Mr. Valdez, feel like very strongly that the city is responsible to clean the arroyos, to fix the infrastructure there so that the water can flow, and so forth. Not just go and clean it up like they say, you just clean up the weeds and so forth. But it doesn't alleviate the problem. We don't get to the bottom of the problem. So we're having families that are getting flooded when these types of rains happen. So is any of the monies that they pay for the flood control being used to mitigate this problem?
Not yet.
Not yet. And that's the problem, because I've actually I made an effort to go and speak to a lot of these people, because the city of Nogales, they're under the impression that the city of Nogales has that responsibility to clean up the arroyo and do what needs to be done so they don't have this problem when it rains and so forth. And so I think one of the reasons, as Mr. Kramer had you present today, from what I understand, is that people can kind of have a better view that there is monies that are paid into this fund, the flood control, that can be used and should be used, because like I said, they're very restricted. So so you're saying that we're not using some of their money, taxpayers' money, in like the residents of Monte Carlo, so that they can see some of these, the money's being worked and trying to mitigate and fix this flooding problem that happens.
So if I could step back a little bit, Mr.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please do.
If we looked at our core functions, right, and what we maintain,
Yeah.
we maintain structures that have been constructed to the flood control, our flood control standards, right? In the past, we have an IGA with the city.
Yeah.
Where we included other things. We no longer have an IGA. So we haven't had an IGA for almost 3 years now.
30?
3 years.
3?
I urge you, and we talked about the IGA. There's good stuff in there. We're going to work together because we're the county is the flood control district. We're responsible for the money. Without a clear plan of what you guys want to do, we can't give you guys money.
So because the city doesn't have an agreement with you all, meaning that you guys can't go in there, the city, and use these funds to fix these areas like the arroyos and all of the concerns that they have. And so that just because we don't have an agreement, it precludes you from using their taxpayer money to fix these issues in Monte Carlo?
The quick answer is yes, right? The quick answer is
yes.
We don't go into it. And the reason is there's a bunch of drainage in every city that are maintained by the municipality.
I understand. Yeah, but we're talking about Monte Carlo because it's a flood area.
So traditionally, those water courses have been maintained by the city.
Okay. Historically, by the city?
It doesn't mean it can be included in the IGA, and the board could be receptive. But when we start looking at the funding levels that we have, and it's a philosophical, right, a type of a look at it, where we can impact our residents throughout the county the best is by doing studies and removing them from the floodplain. That's kind of what we've been doing. We've done about 6 of those remappings, been very successful. Without and this is just my perspective, without an additional revenue source for this, and depending on grants, it's a hard, it's a hard situation. This is where we're at, but I want to help. I'm never going to say no. Let's go through the IGA.
Yeah.
All right, let's go through the IGA. I want you guys to meet with our board members because they're ultimately the ones who make the decisions, and me and Joe will work on the plan.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. So just so I can get back to these questions that are being asked of us, in Monte Carlo, we're not using flood control monies to mitigate this problem the last few years because there's not an agreement between the county and the city.
You're welcome to say that.
Well, I can say whatever I want, but what I'm saying, is it accurate?
I think
based on this data that you're giving us, you're basically saying you haven't used any of these funds to mitigate the problem. So I'm just trying to encourage the city manager to work with the county so that we can use some of these funds to mitigate this problem. That's where I'm going at. It's not so much, it's your responsibility, our responsibility. We just want to serve the residents there.
I agree.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Hold on. Mr. Valdez, you guys are in charge of the flood zone, right? Flood control and all that. And if the IGA consists of working on those flood zones and all that, so how come the IGA agreement was not brought up to be, continued or?
We have a draft that we submitted.
What happened 3 years ago?
Yeah, we submitted to a couple council members. We submitted to to city managers. It just hasn't got any steam yet. That's where we're at. Yeah, we're open. We prefer that. That way we could help out in some of the. I know you guys get the calls. We get similar calls, so we want to help.
Okay.
But now it does have steam.
Now it does.
Correct, Jesus?
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
So I
Go ahead, Mr.
backing off Councilwoman's line of questioning. So once you get that study done for the Monte Carlo drainage study, just to be clear, the way this is going to be fixed is via an IGA, or how? Because this is where people don't understand, and as Councilwoman Montiel just stated, they think why the city doesn't fix it, and it's when we try to explain it, it gets very confusing to our citizens. So once that drainage study is completed, whether it's 3, 4, or 5, whatever time it takes, is the county going to start fixing this issue without an IGA?
So traditionally, when you start looking at the IGA, right, and what purpose has served in the past, the purpose has served in the past is to address issues in the city that otherwise you guys couldn't, right? And that's some cleanups of some washes, like the labor wash, the western, some of the line portion of Nogales wash. This project falls right in line with what flood control duties are. We're going to analyze it. Without knowing what the results is, it's probably going to need additional land so we could improve some of the drainage. It's all part of the discussion. So there's more to this than meets the eye.
And I know for a fact that it's going to get a little bit complicated because it does go through private property. Am I correct? Right?
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, the IGA and projects in general, they're a little different. IGA is there to help operations of the city.
Mayor, I think before we look at an IGA in a negative light, in the past, we've had some real positive work with IGAs, with the county, the schools, and we were in a trend a few years back working together more with the county, and not only talking about problems with flood control, but also on using the same director, whether it was for economic development for the county and city, to save money and to work together and be able to, just be more on the same page so that we could provide better services to our residents in both county and city. So it's something that we haven't done for the last few years, of getting together with the county and talking about issues. And that's where it starts, when we get together with the Board of Supervisors, the council, and we put on the agenda things of a common nature or common interest or common good for the community, that we need to start looking at that and hopefully providing better service at a cheaper cost to our residents. So IGAs are important.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. And this is the last one, I promise. What's new? What's coming up this year? We're going to update our flood control ordinance. We're going to propose to the board that they look at a fee schedule for some of the things that we provide information. We're also going to look at amending our ordinance to reflect the state model ordinance. Talked about the IGA with the city of Nogales. Then the last part is the Nogales wash feasibility study. Now I have to read this so I don't get it wrong. This Friday, Congress is considering what they call a Water Resource Development Act. I'm sure you heard of this, Joe. It authorizes this project. Doesn't fund them, but it tells Congress, hey, that's a good project, right? We want to submit the whole stretch of the Nogales wash from when the tunnels start or end all the way past, a little bit past Calle Sonora. Preliminary cost that we're looking at, somewhere between $35 million to $40 million. Well, we need to keep talking because this is gonna, it's funded at a 65% level. That means 35% is local match. I'm gonna put into it with good faith, and see how we could figure that out. I think it's one of the most important projects since I've been here. We've always talked about it, and hopefully funding comes through and we could do the project.
Well, we need an IGA first.
We're certainly working with the IJ because Jesus and I have chatted with, as we've discussed. Thank you, Jesus. And certainly with what you're talking about, the feasibility, I'll just say this without giving information out too much, but certainly that the federal government stated that the person I, or a few people that I've chatted with, if the House of Representatives will fund it, what you're saying, that they'll take over the whole wash themselves without even us being in charge of it, be it Nogales, be it Union Pacific, or whoever's going to be overseeing it. If the House of Representatives can get the funding, I was told 45 million, but certainly that's even whatever the feds do. But that's the direction that I've had my conversations with, just to add on to what Jesus is talking about.
Mr. O'Neill?
I think, Mr. Ortiz, that should be one of the biggest priorities for the city of Nogales because it's eroding big time. And we've had discussions about that in the past. And I think that we're one big monsoon season from total erosion on Hohokam, and we need to use that road. I mean, we have the baseball tournament, Little League and all that. So we need to pay more, or at least be more vigilant as far as the Nogales washes, because it seems like every year we lose an inch or so on the side. So we need to take care of that. Whether, I don't care what it is, Gabion wall or whatever we need to do, just take care of that issue within the next couple of years, if not, this year.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
I appreciate it.
I just have a question on the, you said you're going to amend the ordinance to reflect the state's model ordinance. Being that Nogales is kind of unique to other cities in the state, do they take, the state take consideration that most of the problem with our flooding is coming from Mexico, the water is coming from Mexico? Do they take into consideration that before they do the state model? I don't know.
Councilmember, not necessarily, no. Right now, the ordinance that's in place right now, I would categorize it as a little bit more restrictive than the state model ordinance. So I think this new ordinance, or if we model it more closely to the state model, it would give us more flexibility. And that's the intent.
Thank you. Mr. Bonilla?
Mr. Ortiz, is the county in contact with IBWC and all that as far as, receiving all this flood water from Mexico, IBWC, Mexico? Do you guys have communication as far as regarding flooding and all that?
We talk, I talked to the operator of the plant, John Light, as needed. Luis Carlos, I know, is part of the IBWC account, or what is it, community committee? It's the committee that's formed. We don't have much wastewater issues, but we have a good relationship.
And the new commissioner has really not responded like we had with the other one, unfortunately. But I continue to talk to Mr. Light and their people, and unfortunately we did lose a big communication. That we had a very good communication with Miss Marilena Geiner. The new commissioner has been 1 year and we haven't even met. But I think it's a good avenue, Mr. Bonilla, to keep them in the loop, because they're in charge of the IOI line now, and in parentheses, because they haven't got the funding, till they get the funding. Supposedly it's already signed, but has not been transferred till they get the $12 million funding that they're supposed to get. So, but thank you for this presentation, Mr. Valdez. As far as myself, we're looking to work together like since I started 3 years ago, and hopefully we could push it more and get this IGA and everything. I've been trying to get everything, all IGAs, all contracts, all commitments to be in front of us, where we don't go through these things where we have expired or agreements that have expired and not renewed, because these are very important. So let's work on it. Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Davis and Mr. Chavez and everybody, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you for coming down and being part of this meeting.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we move to B, presentation by Innova regarding the status and progress of Phase 2 of Camino del Sol Sewer, Water, and Street Improvements Project for the City of Nogales. No show.
I'm just letting the gentlemen say their good nights. Yes, I, again, Mayor and Council, for the 5th month in a row now, I extended the invitation based on the contract that we had. I've went back to look the terms of the contract, Exhibit A, item number 6, reports and information, the contractor at such times and in such forms, excuse me, let me get these on. Such forms the city may require shall furnish the city such periodic reports as it may request upon the work or services undertake pursuant to this contract, and costs and obligations occurred to be incurred in connection thereof. Meaning that, again, they're no show. Yes, that's correct. So with that said, your city manager will give the update. First, I want to thank to Noe Garcia and his team to oversee this project. Certainly, it's been a project that and thank you, Mr. Estes, for the attorney, because we kept the attorney in the loop. I will just give you the updates of where we're at. It's a completed project. So with that said, and Mr. Doyle, you were one that always is concerned about the change of work orders. Well, here it is. The contract has been approved and finished. We had, again, let me get back to my glasses. I'm sorry about this. The actual date of completion was December 23rd, 2025. We approved time extensions that were granted were 7 because of 2 days of rainfall, weather conditions. 1 for a change of order, just to move the water stub out at no cost, 3 days. And the Unisource conflict with the gas main of sewer line, which Unisource provided to us at no cost. And then initially that was asked for to be done. Noe, correct me if I'm wrong, that Innova wanted to do it for $29,000. I said, yeah, right. And can we do it? And it cost us what? $2,000 for the overtime for our employees, got the extra pay to do that, working along Unisource. So that was, and Innova said it would take us 5 days. It took our team with Unisource 2 days. The total number of liquidated damages days between the completion date and after extension completion date are 34 calendar days, which in turn would be $34,000. I've already ran that through legal, so we're working on that. The pay applications, the final sewer project cost with a contract was 1.4. The final amount was 1.346, where the savings of $59,000. Instead of going over, we went under $59,000 because in that initial contract, not created by Noe, not created by myself, but created by your past people from Public Works that from a year and a half ago created that, we saved the deduction on 18 sewer line connections that were unnecessary, but they were written into the contract, and 24 in-frame manhole covers that were not needed, but it was written into the contract. Nobody was left out. Everyone is hooked up. Everything is going to that effect. Now I asked, and thank you for Mr. Delgado, because he was overseeing it correct with you. And certainly I got the report from him. I wanted to ensure that you got it firsthand right here. If you want a copy, I'll give you that. We are going to the contract. We got the final payment. We will deduct the $34,000 from that contract. Then we will submit that for payment. Just so you know, as a council, this is the first time you've actually done a liquidated damages towards a contractor. And as I stated when you first hired me, we will be doing this. So there you go. With that said, the next question is, when are we going to start paving it? When are we going to get that? Okay, Mr. Santa Cruz, I asked him to give me the update. Our current schedule is as follows for the Camino del Sol Marina Street is January 12th, 2026. We'll begin removing the asphalt, ensuring that the blue stake is ready. January 22nd, we'll begin the grading process. If everything proceeds as scheduled, we anticipate beginning the paving phases end of January, the first week of February. There is your update from Innova, done, managed by your team, the city of Nogales. And again, we saved the city of Nogales $59,000. I think that was less than 10 minutes that I did your presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Do you have a date of completion so we can get done with this contract?
Yeah, the date of completion is December 23rd. They've submitted their final bill. Once we get the final bill, we've already got the days. We will work on that. Mr. Garcia, myself, and Edward and Mr. Delgado will come over with finance. We will make sure we fill out the completed forms, and we will submit that.
Okay, thank you.
And also, just so you know, with Mr. Estes, we did stop, and this is the other things that we did stop. Both parties must comply with the written agreement and laws of our, because we stopped first the gift and loan clause because they used to store stuff on our property for free. That was a violation. We stopped that. Second, regarding the outside regular business hours, we used to send our employees on overtime for weekends at no cost to which we were paying for. They were not paying for it. We did not do that. Many requests to work overtime for our employees. We said no, because that'd be more cost to us. You work Monday through Friday based on our hours. We stopped that. That used to be the practice. Third, again, as I said, storage. And finally, the water meter that was given to them, that company in 2016, was taken away from them and reissued, and now it is going to be returned under the protocol and policies that we have in effect for all floating water meters. Correct, Mr. Garcia? Correct, Leo? Correct, Ken? All three of those guys are on that team. We have water meters that were given out 2016. So that company had it for 9 years without paying for any water. Is that a fact? Correct? Yes. So it's a fact. I'm not trying to hide anything, but somebody may not like what I have to say, but I'm saying it. So we've got that water meter back. They were paying for water because that wasn't part of the contract to give water for free. That's my final update.
Thank you. Any other questions? Move on to number 6, financial monthly report. 8 November 2025. Sandra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I present to you a fiscal year 26, November 2025 financial report. The report will include a financial status summarization for the general fund, highway user revenue, HERF fund, water, sewer, and sanitation funds. Both revenues and expenditures, budget projection is at 41.7% through November. Yes. So Table A represents the collected general fund revenues of 11.7 million, which is 41% through November 2025. Of that, 3.9 million or 40.5% of the budget is for shared revenues. Table B represents local sales tax collections of 754,879, for November. Compared to November 2024, the city deposited 463,806 less. We are currently 971,947 below this point from last year. Table C shows the total general fund expenditures with encumbrances of 14.4 million through November 2025. There are departments currently higher than 47.1% as indicated by the highlighted row, and all departments are being monitored for large discrepancies. Table D is the summary of the HERF and overweight revenues. The HERF revenues collected are 1.3 million or 46.2% of the budget, and overweight fees are 116,203 or 38.7% of the budget. HERF and overweight fee expenditures are at 1.46,237 or 31.1% of the budget. Overweight fees expenditures are at 94,809 or 10%. Table E shows the sewer fund collected $1.4 million in revenues or 45.1%. The expenditures are 1,085,957 or 30.7% of the total budget. Table F shows the water fund collected 1.3 million in revenues or 38.8%. The expenditures are 1.7 million or 43.4% of the total budget. Table G shows that the sanitation fund has collected 1.2 million or 45.6% of the budget. The expenditures are at 1.2 million or 32.8% of the budget. The city has 2,681 active business licenses. We had 24 canceled suspended licenses. The city issued 8 new licenses and 4 special events 1-day licenses. This concludes the financial report for the month of November. Have a wonderful evening. Yes.
Well, Mr. Kramer, on the water utility fund, table F, if you go back, so we're basically bringing in less and spending more.
Yes, we're spending more and bringing less, and usually that is due to, because at the beginning of the year, we have the debt expenditures, which is the WIFA loan payment that was made in July 2025, and that's what makes that increase so high at the beginning. But as you can
Is that the debt?
Yes, that's the debt, the WIFA loan.
The one that you had. Could you put it just WIFA next time? Just like, so we can know, because the debt means the WIFA directly or other debts, and including the WIFA. Yeah, so all debts that the city of Nogales has.
WIFA's the biggest.
But yes.
Most of it, like 90% of it's WIFA.
Yes, definitely. But we can certainly put that in next time as a WIFA, what the WIFA payment is.
Yeah, because we'll be discussing that later on. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Does that
Council?
debt, does that debt include the bonds that we floated with for the unfunded liability?
Mike?
Does that include also in our debts, the $14.7 million that we floated for the unfunded liability? Is that part of our debt also?
No.
In there?
That water debt, no, that's just
water debt?
Yes,
Okay.
but however, we also have, that's where the differences come in, because we're expending more than what we're bringing in. So that makes up the deficit.
And some of our expenditures, Council, is just so you know that you did approve some of the purchases that we used out of our water funding, especially to shore up and with Leo and Ken here, certainly, and again, the 3 of them, with Noe as well, you guys gave us that expenditure for what we're doing with the fire hydrants. And we're spending more. We're putting decals. We're going to be doing a lot more of policing in that area. And just so you know, we are going to probably spend, I don't think it's going to spend the threshold of 100,000, but we are going to move in the direction. We just had Mr. Leo and I had this conversation based on the meter readers, and certainly Noe and Ken will be part of that discussion because we're moving in, also going to start tagging and locking all water meters in the city, including businesses and residential accounts. So we're probably going to have more expenditures in there, but again, it is for prevention and obviously to take care of situations that are transpiring. I don't know what else, I'm trying to think of the bigger purchases, but that certainly impacts that water account because we're doing it that way.
I have a question, Joe. Are all the locks on already on the fire hydrants? Is that done?
Not at this time. We haven't moved in that direction. We're getting the decals and we are still, I don't know what our timeline is, Ken, on the locks for the 2 weeks. Because again, we have 8 different hydrants, correct? So we've had, pardon? 12 different types of hydrants in the city of Nogales. So we had to make sure that we had to do a complete inventory of what type and how many locks we would need for each of those types.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we move to ordinance 8. You have a question?
Yeah, sanitation, the same. So, Mr. Kramer, with the sanitation, it's the same thing, right? We're bringing in less and spending more sanitation. So we have kind of a concern with water and sanitation, right?
Well, I told council that I will be bringing something probably to next month for you about sanitation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So there's certainly a concern there too. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. Ordinance A, consideration and possible action of ordinance number 2026-01-001, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Nogales, Arizona, amending Nogales City Code Section 9-3 and 9-10 by increasing procurement threshold from 3,500 to 10,000.
Oh.
Mr. Kramer.
Well, I don't know if you guys want, I was just going to explain what I'm doing there, but certainly what it does is the threshold is it gives us the opportunity to spend locally as well, because 3,500 is, in this day and age, it's very low. This is something that's been there for, I don't know, 15 years. Threshold raising to 10,000. So all of our local businesses, if we want to patronize them, we don't have to go out to the 3 bids. You give us the opportunity to spread the wealth, go out and spend more locally. So instead of 3,500, we just have to go up. We can go up to 10,000 without having to go into bids. So all of our vendors, especially the ones that are part of the Chamber of Commerce and everything to that effect, we're going to be able to patronize the small business owners.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
The negative side of that is that there's no control as far as who's getting more business, one company over another, and also are we getting our best deal for $1? That's the reason that's always been that you're supposed to get bids, and the thing is that the more or less bids you get, and the more money you spend, even if it's in smaller amounts, it can become abusive down the road. And so I think most of us have run on a platform of transparency, accountability, and this takes away from accountability. When you stop getting bids for products that you're purchasing, then it can be manipulated. So that's the problem I have with that.
Would you like me an answer? Is that a question?
You can give your answer, but that's reality.
Right. What happens is so Mr. Bonilla, and I'll just use this vendor, not that this vendor, or I can use David's. I'll use Dandy's and David's because that's where you guys purchase a lot of your shirts from, correct?
That's correct.
Correct? Well, Mr. Doyle, if you want to purchase shirts from Dandy's, and yet Mr. Bonilla already purchased $4,500 worth, now you're going to have to go out and get 3 quotes to purchase shirts from Dandy's, for Dandy's. It's not just from one person going out there and doing it. It's for everyone in the city purchasing and patronizing that business. So you may not know that he's already passed that threshold. So you're going to have to now go out and get 3 quotes. And the local businessman may not always be the lowest because you're going to have to get quotes from Tucson. And they're going to be the lowest quote. So now you're going to go purchase from Tucson and rather than giving the business to Dandy's.
So it's a cumulative.
Correct.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
So I can see the costs have gone up, but you're saying it went up triple in 10 years. And it might have doubled, you know. But tell me something. My other question is, we have the 100,000, I guess, threshold there. So does that mean that anything that goes from 10,000 to 100,000, we're going to get bids on? It's not something like any director or yourself can go ahead and just start ordering stuff that's $80,000 or is that correct?
Yeah, no, that's not changing.
So right now, really, the only thing you're trying to do is increase the bottom part of it.
3,500 to the 10,000.
Yeah, I'm trying to get small purchases, and plus I'm trying to get businesses.
So what I
business
like
to
you
local
said,
business
up to 10,000, you don't need any bids
for that particular vendor. And I'm not trying to sort out Dandy's or David's. I was just using that as an example. I'm not trying to be a favorite for either one of them, but I know that's where we get a lot of the majority of our uniforms and shirts.
So what happens if we get a business that comes and tells us, you know, it seems like that the city is giving more business to my competitor, and I can give a better price. No, but in other words, you're selecting who you're going to do business with, and it can be unfair to certain businesses that can be competitive because we don't have a bid process, so they're not even involved in the picture, the other businesses.
Well, just for the record, we do have a bid process from 10,000 and higher. Right now, it's at 3,500. We have a bid process. All I'm asking is for a threshold, once again, Mr. Doyle, to give business to our local businesses so we don't spread the wealth up to Pima County, because there is small businesses around here that we're trying to help. That's it. So we're not trying to navigate around any procurement. Me, of all people, certainly in following procurement, we definitely are instituting that protocol and policies. You haven't had procurement training in this city with your directors in, I believe, 10 years from what I've been told. We are doing that as well. So I'm not trying to change or navigate or make it easier or hurt anybody. Why one vendor gets the other business, I don't know. I guess that's called free enterprise.
Sure, and I know that's it, yeah, but it's got to be fair, though.
Correct. Right, and that's why we try to spread my shirts. When I buy shirts, I've got 4 shirts. I bought 2 from David's and 2 from Dandy's. There's my 4 shirts.
Okay, fine, but what I'm saying is...
Actually, I bought 4 from David's and 2 from Dandy's. I got 2 long sleeve like Nike shirts. But so Eddie Jong, I'm sorry, I didn't buy the 2 shirts from you.
But where we spend, like you said, under the 10,000, like you said, Mr. Bonillas here or somebody already, doesn't surface, it doesn't show where that money was spent, right?
Yes.
Do we get a report? Is it always on the
You can certainly
breakdown,
ask for that.
or do we need to ask for it?
Yeah, you certainly can ask for that.
Well, that's
books.
You know.
Go in open books.
Well, yeah, but that's again, so you think 10,000 is fair then, not 500 or 7,500?
I'll just say this, what Mr. Valdez was, and you were very receptive to what he said about ordinances and state ordinances. I did my research on this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jackie, 10,000 threshold is pretty much across the school districts and cities, municipalities, and counties. Is that correct?
Well,
I think that was a state
well, anyway, it's an ordinance, so
I think that was a recommendation from the
it
state.
doesn't pass if one of us doesn't vote for it until the next reading, when it's voted on. But it gives us a little time to look into it, so that's fine. I'll do a little more research on that.
Mayor, I have more of a comment towards Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, I think it's an excellent proposition that you're putting before mayor and council, because it would also alleviate council member Doyle's concerns. You know, if the threshold is already, in my case with Mr. Jung per se, and I'll give you an example. This jacket was done by David's. This shirt was done by Eddie Jung, and this beanie was done by David's. So I think that the $10,000 threshold, just by the way it's set up, it'll by default have to go to other businesses. So I think it's a good protection for everyone, for other businesses. It is a plus for other businesses that we may have not even turned around and looked at, and now we're going to either find a third supplier for our shirts, or may have to go to Tucson. But nevertheless, it's a good safety valve, because it is accumulative. So I just see it as a plus.
My only thing that I saw on the procurement process on the back is basically when it increases from 10,001 cent to 14.99, that we don't, that we could take verbal quotes or written. I would suggest we take the verbal out and make it a written. And then my other question is, for goods costing $35,000 and above, why we're increasing it to $100,000? Mr. Kramer?
I don't know if it's a question.
Well, why are we doing those changes?
Are we doing those changes? Right.
But you got on number 3. You're changing it from. That's where you're changing it from 3,500 to 10,001 to 14,999. But on, from soliciting 2 to 3. But why do we have verbal quotes and not written? And just keep it written.
Come to the mic,
please.
That happens because there's so small amount of the amount that we're trying to purchase. A lot of the vendors, we don't have an email. They'll give us a phone call and say, okay, yes, I can provide this, and they'll send us a quote, correct? But sometimes they'll say, you know what, I don't provide that service, or I won't be able to give you a quote. And that's usually a phone call. That's why it's a verbal. And we document it saying, on this day, we had a phone call from this representative from this business that they were not able to provide us with the quote. That's where that verbal comes in. But once you get over that threshold, now it's required. So if we got a verbal and we ask, can you please provide us in a written form, and they tell us no, then we have to go and find another vendor. So those are the requirements. So the small purchases, we can do verbal and we can document it, but once it passes that amount of threshold, then we have to get a written, and if they're not willing to provide us a written, we have to go and find another vendor.
Okay. Now on number 4, it's increasing it from 15,000 to 999 to 99,999. Yet on item 5, we're increasing it from 35,000 to 100,000 for the newspaper, general circulation and all that? Why is that increase so high?
The section 9.3,
Number 5.
section 2. I think I'm on the wrong one. 2601.
On G, procurement procedures. Number 5. Yeah. Yeah. But it's the same thing.
No, it's not part of the ordinance.
Is this the purchase between the 10,000,
Yeah.
999,000, the civil
I'm
requirement?
sorry. I'm going to item C, procurement. But it's my question, yeah. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, we'll leave it for
Okay.
when we get to procurement. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Kramer, wouldn't it be the responsibility of the vendor, the business, to promote their product or their business in order to get some of the bids? You know, it's not, you know, the city directors and employees, they can't just out of the blue say, hey, let's go see if Walmart sells a shirt instead of going to Dandy's. I think it's a responsibility of the business to promote their product and maybe send information to the city, to the county, the school district to see what type of products they're selling and at what price, so they can be able to compete and not say that, you know, you're just picking on choosing on whoever vendor you want.
It certainly leaves that open because I'll just say that I have in the past used box store quotes and taken it to a small mom and pop store and said, this is what the box store said. We can beat that. We'll do it. Great. I used to do that when, and I know you don't like to hear this, and Mr. From Wild Stationers, back in the days, if you don't remember that store, I used to give that store $5,000 worth of business towards the end of the year when I used to work in the school district because we had money left over to give the small business owner. I know it wasn't the first or the Friday in November of Small Business Friday, but nevertheless I did that again because we want to help our small business owners. That's the whole intent of this as well, is to give everyone a free opportunity to shop local, to shop and give those stores the business. Not just giving it, and I'm not throwing rocks at Walmart, I'm not throwing rocks at, because they're all great for us. But again, it's for that small business owner that sometimes doesn't always have that advantage. So those quotes can go from there, or even, like I said, giving the threshold of 10 grand. It has nothing to do with trying to jump and create easy pathways. It's just, again, it's what the state looks at it is, and they even have it in their procurement, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you have a bid like in Nogales that is higher, they'll let you take that higher bid because it is a small town. Correct? That is correct. So again, it's about promoting and helping the small business. I'm only doing that. I'm not telling you how to vote or anything to that, Mr. Doyle. You do what you need to do. I'm only just bringing up what I thought was a good thing, and that's what I'm trying to do, so.
Mr. Kramer? Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
So how many times in a month can a department or an employee go get a quotation if it's up to $10,000? Like if somebody gets something and it's worth $10,000, and then the following week says, you know, I need another item.
Once it hits the $10,000 threshold, it hits all departments.
The whole department?
All the city.
Okay.
Including yourselves.
For how long?
For the fiscal year.
10,000, that's it.
Yep. And then you start getting the quotes.
Okay. That was my question.
Is it the same with 100,000?
That's not this one we're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about another thing that as yourself, you can spend up to 100,000 without reporting to us of getting our permission as a council until it surfaces as an expense.
Okay.
That's another threshold. We're not talking, this is not
That's a
the same
different item.
threshold, but I'm just comparing that to this. It might be something we might have to visit. And how many times can one do that? Like you said, 10,000 would be the cost. So what's the purpose? So if you have to purchase the same thing, the same item, 6 months down the road, then you're going to need the
quote.
The quote. You're going to need the three quotes.
Correct.
Okay, and which department is the one that keeps track of it? Is there a purchasing, or is it just finance is going to be over everything?
It's right in front of you.
Okay,
Yes, Mayor and Council.
you're going to keep a tight watch on that.
If the threshold is hit, and I'm going to use Noe, I'm going to use you, okay? If Noe's trying to purchase something from one of the mom and pop stores, I won't throw the names out anymore, and we've already hit the threshold of 10,000, he turns in that requisition without the quotes or not following the proper protocol of getting the verbal quotes written down, we are going to catch that and red flag it and say, you know what, the $10,000 threshold has already gone over. You need to go out and follow the protocol.
Okay, so now that's fine. Now my other question is, how about someone that goes and spends on a regular basis $8,000 or $9,000 or $7,000? How do you take care of that? How can you control that?
It's in the same method.
System.
It has to go through a requisition, and that's how we know how much each vendor has.
Okay, so if they have two purchases that equal 10,000 or above, then they get flagged, or at least you bring it to their attention.
Right. It gets back to their attention when I receive a request for a purchase that I see that vendor has already surpassed the $10,000. Then I go back and say, okay, I need the three quotes. Are we still in compliance with our code that we are following the three quotes that's mandated?
Okay, so whatever they purchase, and now, is that just one department from the city? Because, I mean, could be like he said, one person goes and orders from that company, another one goes and orders, and between those orders, they exceed the 10,000. Is that flagged?
Yes, it is, because it's by vendor.
It's by vendor. Okay, so, okay, now that puts more light on it. So there will be a control over the companies that are used, or vendors that are used, and when it reaches an aggregate of 10,000 or more, then you do you send out a notice to the.
It would be it's email. Of course, everything is through email. When I receive that requisition of the approval, and if I did not get the supporting documentation, then that's when I come in and I send an email saying, okay, I need the documentation before I can even approve this purchase.
Okay, so basically what we're doing, we're just raising the bottom part of it.
Bottom, yes.
And you're going to keep a tight watch on that.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's good enough for me then. Thank you. I just want accountability, that's all. And
Thank you, sir.
transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. So we're all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Orders. A, consideration possible action of orders number 2026-01-001, an order of the City Council of Nogales, Arizona, approving the intergovernmental agreement with Santa Cruz County for election services.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. B, consideration possible action of order number 2026-01-002, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing a transfer of $113,040 from the general fund reserve to the cemetery department to fund tree removal and pruning services at the cemetery performed by WCA. Any discussion? Go ahead, Miss.
Just very quickly, thank you for doing this, Mr. Kramer. I know that we've had a lot of community concerns about the overgrown trees, and I hope that there's something in writing, and I know Mr. Estes is listening, that, one of the problems, just very quickly, is that people are planting trees. You know that, right? They're planting trees and then they just lose sight of it for whatever reason. They move away and sort of that type of scenario. So maybe there needs to be some ordinance or I don't know, something that is written where maybe trees are not allowed to be planted, because I know that was a huge concern to some of the people that, have loved ones there. So thank you. This is great. This is a good start to cleaning up and organizing the cemetery. Good job.
Thank you. It's the same company that did the front here, and you know how well it looks now, how nice it looks. And it's certainly going to look very good over there. It truly is.
My question, sir, is on the quote that's on the back. It's got Keno Park, tree maintenance, war memorial, tree pruning, mobilization, and then city tree maintenance. And that gives a total of $39.60. Does this only going to cover cemetery, or is it going to cover the whole 4 items of the quote?
It is only for the cemetery. We're only doing the 113,040.
We got other quotes, Mayor. That's what you're looking at, certainly. And those other ones are smaller amounts that we'll decide with Parks and Recs how we're going to handle that with their budget. But we wanted to make sure that we threw the cemetery, because it was such a high amount, approved by council, because we wanted to follow the protocol of 100,000. But those other ones, Mayor, that you're looking at are smaller jobs. So we're going to look to see.
We'll have somebody else do. Okay.
Or maybe this company, again, this company is
Mojave.
Mojave, through Mojave.
Contractor for the state.
So they got a state contract that we can use.
Okay.
Good job.
That's a good question.
Why are we not doing them all instead of?
We probably will, but we wanted to get this company to get into the cemetery first. And then after that, we are going to sit down with that company and then work on looking about those 4 other projects that you brought up, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Kramer.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
One quick question to Jessica. The trees that are in private property, those aren't being trimmed, right? Right?
No.
The private cemeteries will not be touched.
No, yeah. So it's just
The city, yes, the city cemetery.
you'll get calls and say, "What happened to my tree here?" Okay, thanks.
I mean, there may be some causing concerns, but they're not removing live trees. They'll just prune the live trees, and those, as you stated, some of them planted them and just left them, and they're like the rest of the things in there. They're not alive, so.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. With that said, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Now going to item C, consideration possible action of order number 2026-01-003, and order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving the changes to the City of Nogales Accounting Manual, Section 2, Cash G Procurement Procedures. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify here. It said he put cash, hyphen cash. No, actually it says Arizona approving changes to the City of Nogales County Manual, Section 2.
Which page, Mr. Doyle?
The cash is what the
Cash G Procurement.
Mayor and Councilman, the cash is how the section number 2 is labeled in our accounting manual.
On this one is where I had the questions. Like on item 3, that's the one that you already answered on the verbal. But why on the bottom on section 5 would we go up from 35,000 to 100,000?
So what I noticed with the accounting manual, that it was never updated when our procurement code was updated. So this is why the accounting manual did not compare or was not similar to our accounting code. And with this new change, that's how I found out that it wasn't matching. So this is how we're correcting that. So now our county manual will be in par with our city code.
So also on item 6, no service contract of 5,000. Now, it was already changed in the past?
Yes, it was changed with the most recent procurement code change that was done. But the accounting manual wasn't, so it was still showing
5,000.
the prior. That's why that 35,000 is there. So now we're gonna be in comparison and in line with our city code.
So basically, these codes had already been changed in the past, but the manual was not updated.
That's correct.
That's okay.
And that's what we're rectifying.
So we've been working on this, but we haven't changed the manual,
Right. We've been going off of our code.
but not changed the manual.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Was that ever a problem with the audit? That we changed the order, but we didn't update the manual?
That is a good question, because if the auditors saw it, then yes, it would be a problem, because we are not matching with our code.
So this would make us matching now.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Appreciate it. Any other questions?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Jackie. Thank you and your team for doing this. And again, Mayor and Council, as you've noticed in the last year, we've been updating and trying to get everything updated, be it our accounting codes, be it our policies, be it our procedures, be it everything that you've adopted and approved. So we're just trying to get everything up to date. And thank you for doing that. And thank you for bringing those questions, because it's important. It certainly is. And thank you.
Go ahead.
Just to verify the change from the explanation, the first explanation from the 3,500, then now we go to this one, that'll be 15,000, the lower part. But again, you're going to use the same process or procedure to, if the purchasing agent exceeds that from a certain business or certain vendor, you'll bring it into question.
Mayor and Councilman, yes, absolutely. It's still the same process, the same rules and regulations. We want to be transparent, we want to be accountable, and we want to be ethical. And that's why, we are the fiduciaries of taxpayers' monies.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Ladies and gentlemen, I move into executive session. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? We'll move to executive session.
We get 5-minute break.
reconvene to regular session. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we go to number 10, discussion items. A, legal.
Mr. Mayor, with regard to item A, with regard to Mr. Juan Guerra, Mr. Guerra resigned, so we don't need to take any action with regard to this item.
Thank you. Then we move to action B. Consideration of the mayor and city council to consent the city manager's recommendation course of action regarding the employment of Hector Tapia as community development director.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I move to approve the city manager's recommended course of action regarding the employment of Hector Tapia as community development director.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. C, discussion possible action consideration of the mayor and council of the appointment of Miguel Melendez as the city clerk and approve of an employment contract.
Second.
I make a motion to,
We already,
oh, I mean, I'm sorry. Okay, got it. I know, it's late. What time is it?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Yeah,
Motion passes.
okay. Sorry about that, Miguel.
D, discussion possible action in kind support for the senior dance event on Friday, February 6th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to be held at Nogales Recreation Gym. This is a free community event. In kind support includes the use and setup of 300 chairs as available and up to 20 tables as available. The event is expected to be approximately 400 attendees. Ms. Melendez?
Second.
Oh,
You want to say something about your
yeah.
event?
You are all cordially invited. Last year, we were expecting 250 people, and at the end, we ended up with 300. Now we're expecting 400 people. And this year, we put on the flyer that no children, because last year, the grandparents took the children, so it was a kinder. So, yeah, it was not supposed to be, it was supposed to be for seniors, and it was a kindergarten. So,
I'm only 60. Can I not go?
No, you're not invited then. Plus, yeah. It's seniors, remember. Yeah.
and that's why it's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. E, discussion possible action of in-kind support for the Buffalo Soldiers ceremony hosted by the Nogales Buffalo Soldiers Legacy Association on Saturday, January 31st, 2026 from 9:30 to 11 a.m. at the city cemetery and from 12:30 to 3 p.m. at Karen Park. In-kind support includes parks staff support times two portable restrooms, a hand wash sanitizer, 100 chairs and podium, and a sound system with an estimated in-kind value of $384. We have done this, how many years now? Like
Yeah.
9 years. So
5 years?
Totally supportive of this. Do I have motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Mayor and Council's report, Mr. Bonillas. Mr. Doyle?
Pretty much the same. It was a great event, and we've had a few other events here at one at the park for the kids. I guess it was the first year that we do it, and the children seem very happy. So you know, it's good to put events like that, the community gets involved and the kids enjoy themselves, especially this time of the year.
Thank you.
Pretty much my.
Ms. Melendez?
I just want to say thank you to everybody that helped with that event that was here at the city. You for letting us have Santa Claus, Mr. Kramer for helping with everything else, Parks and Rec. I mean, your crew was just great. Everybody that participated, thank you very much. And remember, mark your calendar, Friday, February the 6th for the senior, even though you're not a senior. That's it.
Ms. Montiel?
Yeah, again, thank you, everybody, for participating in the Christmas parade, for organizing it, Kenny and Parks and Rec. I'm really tired. Jessica and Leo, everybody. It's a team effort. Everybody, thank you. Everything was smooth because of you guys. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Parra.
Nothing to report.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I just have one main one, was a Christmas parade. Thank you, Lisa, Councilwoman Lisa, for letting me do the MC. That was the first for me, and it was very impressive. You know, I like working with the people, the public, the community. It was a great event, and I'm hoping to redo it again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, yes, Lisa, Ms. Montiel, Mr. Bojorquez, and everybody, you know, the radio station, city, park, rec, you know, police, fire, everybody, you know, Mr. Kramer, everybody pitched in for the great parade. You know, it was weather behaved, it was fun, and I think, like I said it earlier, it's getting better and it's getting bigger, and we're going to continue to improve it. You know, I participated, you know, we had even La Rosca yesterday with the Consulado, and they had basically a 300-foot Rosca, you know, so it was nice having them entertain the community, you know. And then we had Santa Claus did a great job this year. You know, he came here to the event that Ms. Melendez had from the Cultura Arte right here at the park with the kids. And let me tell you, you never get tired of giving candy to the kids. And it's always not enough. You know, he went with Mr. Young down on Western, also giving you know, candies and gifts. I went to the fire station on the 24th, also giving gifts to the kids, which was also great. We had Santa Claus at the senior center. You know, they enjoyed it. I want to thank David, my assistant, for running around, you know, getting me stuff to give to the seniors and all that. He did a great job, and I think with the candy at the parade, we had plenty of candy to give out. Then I think on the 6th, Ms. Melendez, I will not be here. I've got a Little League Congress in Indianapolis that I got to be there, and that's mainly because I go to support our regional tournament that we have. That's part of Little League. Little League will do all the costs and all that, but I was just telling Mr. Bojorquez to be, and all of you council, to be my supporters, and you know, let them know that I'm always a supporter. Okay, so with that said, any future agenda items? Go ahead. Yes, sir.
I noticed that you missed a couple of the events that you were at.
Go ahead and remind me.
Aside from the senior center, both Christmas and New Year.
True.
And the other one was with Consulado.
Mm-hmm.
Posada de tamales with chocolate.
True.
It was a great night. Everybody had a good time. The tamales were delicious. What was the champurro?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Doe, for reminding me. Any future agenda items? No? Yes, sir.
Special meeting.
Oh, we're looking at having a special meeting on 22nd, January 22nd, at 10 a.m. So, Thursday. Okay. January 22nd, Thursday.
It's your new clerk.
So you were supposed to be here yesterday. What time? 10 o'clock?
10 a.m. Okay. So with that said, move to adjourn. Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.